black color from Lakey down to Happy Hollow indicates baseball-sized hail. That is hail that will cause damage, probably more damage than any potential tornado that's happening just to the west of the Frio River. And something I want to show, there's Shelby. You can see where Shelby is there, just south of Rock Springs. She's heading toward the Camp Wood area that had the potential to see a tornado earlier. I want to show you the 3D scan of this storm, because this storm is probably massive. Any storm that produces these kinds of returns here, look how tall that storm is. That storm is almost 50,000 feet high. Just to put that in perspective, you know, the plane flies at 30,000 feet up in the air. So this storm is very dangerous, and we can actually isolate the hail core too. As we turn it to the side here, look at that massive hail core that's falling. And usually what we'll see is hail wrap around a potential tornado. That potential tornado could be right there just to the west of Happy Hollow. And again, you can see all of that hail wrapping around that main area of rotation. This is a massive storm producing damaging hail, gusty winds of up to 70 miles per hour, and yes, even a tornado. I'm going to go ahead and turn back to the traditional radar, away from the 3D radar. And again, areas that are at most risk for a tornado include Rio Frio. That's right here. Here's Highway 83. There's Rio Frio right there. There's Conn Drive. This is the area that is at most risk for a tornado imminently. You need to be indoors, away from windows if you live on Ranch Road 1120. If you live on Conn Drive, if you're near Highway 83, right along the Frio River, this is the area that's most at risk for a tornado. And then the areas that are currently experiencing very large hail include the city of Lakey. This is Walter White Ranch Road. This is Highway 83 right here, and there's Ranch Road 1120. So this storm in Lakey, let us know what you're seeing. Once this storm passes, and you'll be clear of this storm soon, I can actually go ahead and track the end of this storm. So here's the end of the storm. You'll be clear of this storm by about 7:15 in Lakey, Vanderpool area by about 7:30. So that's when you'll be in the clear, but for now you're in the thick of it. And again, it's just been this one storm that's tracked all the way from Del Rio out toward Lakey. So we're continuing to watch that. Shelby was talking about earlier about how we have another risk for storms later in the day. So after this one storm falls apart here, what you'll notice is that there's additional storms that have developed along a line from Abilene all the way down to Val Verde County. This is that next line of storms that's going to be approaching San Antonio closer to midnight. But I do got to watch this storm closely. San Antonio, I know a lot of you are watching right now wondering if this storm is going to clip the north part of Bexar County. It's not out of the realm of possibility. What's most likely is that we'll see this area be affected by the storm. If it can hold on, yeah, it might impact Bernie, it might impact Kerrville, but we're just going to have to watch it. And we're going to be here throughout the next several hours, watching these storms very carefully. For now, we need to take a break. We'll be right back with an updated look at that tornado ongoing south of Lakey. Welcome back. We're continuing to track a storm here that is currently capable of producing a tornado and baseball-sized hail. So the main area of concern for baseball-sized hail is in this black color from Leakey down to Rio Frio, but the storm is also rotating, and we've seen it have a history of producing a tornado. That tornado, though, happened all the way out here, just north of Highway 90 in Kendall County. So since then, it's been dropping some rotation for the last about 56 miles or so. So this storm is dangerous not only for its rotation and potential tornadic activity, but also for this very large hail that is heading toward Vanderpool, Los Maples. Right here we've also got the Frio River. This is where the Frio River is. Of course, it's spring break, so there's a lot of people camping along that river. They need to be indoors and away from windows. This storm is moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So if it can hold together, it would be near the Medina area by 7:48. Right now, indication is that it's not going to head due east toward Bexar County, but this is something that we need to keep track of. We've also got our storm chaser, meteorologist Shelby Ebertowski. Shelby, are you joining us right now? Can you join us? I see that you're in the Camp Wood area. We can actually see you there on the map.
Yeah, Sarah, we just pulled into Camp Wood, and one thing I want to take note is we just pulled in and we're still in the center of town, and we have already seen some crews with flashing lights drive by just doing a survey of what we're seeing. And another thing I want to note is just on the main road in town, we are already starting to see some puddling on the roadways as the system moved through. So I just wanted noted that even though, yes, we did see that tornadic warning system, and we'll continue to look around to see if we see any damage, but we are still seeing that heavy rainfall on the main roadways and even some of these trucks. And this Ford Escape is going to already start to make its way a little slower because of some water on the roadway. And that is on the road. That is not in the creek. That is water accumulating on the road. And just as we were waiting so this system could pass, we were seeing, as we were kind of coming in, a little bit of some sunshine after the storm moved through. And I will continue to look for damage, but I think it is a good sign for some folks to see a little bit of sunshine. But keep in mind, even if you're not in the Camp Wood area, seeing some sunshine is still going to be scary because we can still get more instability. So yes, we are still in the Camp Wood area. We'll continue to look around to see if we see any damage. Right now, we're just continuing to see just some sort of leaves and everything, and just some heavy rainfall. Sarah, produced some localized street flooding here in Camp Wood.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shelby. And just to give everybody a picture of where Shelby is, okay, here's Shelby in the storm chaser at Camp Wood. Earlier, it was looking like there was some rotation near Montel, so about 10 miles south of where Shelby is. Here's where the storm is right now. This storm is likely producing baseball-sized hail. I've just got word in from the National Weather Service that they are going to allow the tornado warning to expire in the next 10 minutes, which is good news. That means they, along with us, are seeing that the storm is losing its rotation signature, so it's not likely producing a tornado, but that doesn't mean it's not dangerous, because take a look farther downstream toward Medina Tarpley. A severe thunderstorm warning, new one issued for 8 o'clock, and here's the reason why. We've got very large hail potentially falling from Leakey to Rio Frio. That's this color here, this dark black to even white color. That is where that large hail core is. And just to show you the history of this storm, take a look at this KSAT Connect picture sent in to us out in Brackettville. Those are softball-sized hailstones, larger than baseball-sized hail. This is County Commissioner of Real County, Ramon Ibarra, holding softball-sized hail from today's storms in Brackettville, Texas. That very storm, even though it's out of Brackettville, that very storm is the one that is happening right now over Leakey, Vanderpool, it's heading your way. It's heading toward Los Maples area as well. Of course, we've got a lot of people out and about for spring break. That's that very large damaging hail concern that we are concerned about. We can go ahead and, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the warnings here because it can be a little bit distracting. And I want to show you just how much lightning this storm is producing. Storms that produce a lot of hail produce a lot of lightning. There's a lot of friction and static electricity going on in those storms, and it's producing so much lightning because it's producing so much hail. And we can turn on a lightning counter. In this storm alone, we're seeing 347 lightning strikes in this storm alone. It's moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And so the hail core is starting to lobe and move closer toward Los Maples and Vanderpool. But at latest check, again, the good news is the tornadic feature of this storm, the rotation, is starting to weaken. So tornadoes are dangerous, but it's good to know that this storm is no longer necessarily capable of producing a damaging and destructive tornado, but it is capable of producing a lot of very damaging hail that's falling right over the Frio River right now. And again, it is impressive when you look at the 3D structure of this storm. Tall storms are dangerous storms. And my friends, this storm is almost 55,000 feet tall. Okay, planes fly at 30,000 feet. So that gives you an understanding of how dangerous this storm is. And we can actually isolate the hail core, and we can fly into the hail core here. So Rio Frio, Dry Branch Road, Los Maples area, this massive hail core is heading your way. If it can hold on, it would make it to Medina area. This hail core would make it to the Medina area by 7:45. So in the next 35 minutes or so. I think San Antonio, we're in the clear when it comes to this storm. So that's good news. No need to worry there. And a look at the current warnings. Again, that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire, but Bandera County, you're going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8 p.m. Just like that county commissioner did out in Real County. Thank you for sending us these KSAT Connect pictures. You know, we can't be everywhere, but you are our eyes on the ground. And for insurance purposes, it's important to note the time, the date. It's 7/11 on March 10th, 2026. Take pictures, document it. You won't regret that at all. All right, we're going to step away for a moment for a little break while we regroup. Again, at latest check, this tornado warning will expire, but those in Bandera County, you need to be indoors, away from windows, because very large damaging hail is headed your way. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. We're continuing to track a destructive storm capable of baseball to grapefruit sized hail. That storm is moving through Lakey, Vanderpool, and Los Maples right now. You can see there's a severe thunderstorm warning, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8 p.m. for Bandera County and for Real counties. And here's the reason why. This very large hail is falling right now from Lakey along the Frio River down to Rio Frio and near to Vanderpool and Los Maples. Here's Los Maples, there's Vanderpool, and there's that hail core. You can see in the latest scan that hail core is inching closer and closer to Los Maples and Vanderpool. As we zoom in a little bit more, we can get some roads here. This is FM 187 from Vanderpool up to Los Maples. Folks, if you are in the path of this destructive hail, it's also wind-driven hail. Okay, so imagine a softball-sized ball of ice flying along 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is why if you are in the path of this destructive storm, you need to be away from windows, because this is the kind of hail that causes windows to shatter, windows to break, it causes roof damage, all of those things. This is this is not in San Antonio, so I gotta really emphasize that. San Antonio, you are not at risk for seeing this massive hail, but those that are in western Bandera County and in Real County are at risk here of seeing some very large destructive hail, and we've already seen some posted on our KSAT Connect feed. So everyone, please be careful here as this storm approaches. In its wake, you can see that there's another round of storms that is moving through Ozona up to San Angelo and even up toward Abilene. This is that second line of storms that we're going to have to watch for here in San Antonio. This destructive storm is likely not going to be moving through the Alamo City, but as I take you through the Futurecast, here's what you can notice. By about 10 o'clock, that line that I just showed you that's up near San Angelo is going to be approaching Del Rio, Rock Springs, and Junction. So within the next 3 hours, that next line is going to be moving through. Then as we head closer to midnight, we could start to see some rain in the Alamo City. By the time, though, that this line of storms reaches San Antonio, the storms are likely to be a lot weaker. Okay, so the main area of severe risk is still west of San Antonio, but by sunrise tomorrow, we could still see a few showers and storms in the Alamo City, and then things will clear out for us. Okay, so because we no longer have a tornado warning, because we have a still dangerous storm with baseball-sized hail, but that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, I am going to continue to be live, but I'll be live on KSAT.com and on the KSAT Weather Authority app. I want to return you to regular programming on ABC, but if you want to continue to join us as we track these storms, we'll be streaming on all of KSAT's assets, KSAT.com, KSAT Plus, and of course on the Weather Authority app. All right, I'll give you back to programming right now, and if you'd like to join us online, please do so. All right, if you're joining us on the weather stream right now, we're continuing to track this destructive storm, which has, it's produced baseball to grapefruit sized hail over the last hour or so in a swath from pretty much from Del Rio all the way through areas along the Nueces and Frio River. In about 3 minutes here, we're going to go on television real quick. So you'll see the screen go dark and I'll pop up on the screen. We're going to be on TV to let people know that we're also live streaming about this hail. Now, the good news is what I'm seeing is that the hail is really losing its intensity. Let's go ahead and look at the 1 hour hail here. You can see that hail track through Camp Wood, Lakey, and now it's starting to weaken quite a bit, even the last hour or so. Notice how dark that storm was, and now that hail is starting to fall apart a little bit. It's still a very destructive storm, however. So in about 2 minutes, I'm going to pop up live on television, and we'll continue with the stream. Oh, yeah. That would be great. Is she rolling on the interview? Okay. About to be on television here, so that's what you'll see if you're joining us on the weather stream. I'm Weather Authority meteorologist Sarah Spivey, just briefly interrupting programming here to give you an update on the situation. What we've got going on right now is a destructive severe storm capable of producing very large hail, up to baseball-sized hail south of Los Maples and Vanderpool. This is moving through Bandera County, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect there until 8 o'clock. Areas like Medina, Vanderpool, Los Maples, you need to be inside and away from windows. Now this storm, as I show you the past hour here, it was even stronger over Lakey and the Frio River. It's recently pulsed down. It's lost some of its intensity, but it is moving northeast. And even though Kerr County, you are not under a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, if this storm holds together, it would be in Kerrville by about 8:09. It would be in Comfort by about 8:25. This storm also has a history of producing a tornado, although that happened all the way out in Kinney County. And we had tornado warnings through areas along the Nueces and Frio River. I'm happy to report that the rotation on this storm is starting to diminish, which means that it's likely not producing a tornado anymore. But the biggest and most important part to know about this storm is that it is producing some very, very large hail. In its wake, we have another round of storms. I can go ahead and show you that out here nearer to Ozona. You can see another round of storms that's starting to develop in its wake. This is that round of storms that's going to be making it towards San Antonio closer to midnight tonight. So if you'd like to continue to keep up with us, we're going to return you to programming here, but you'll be able to follow along with us online on KSAT.com, KSAT Plus, YouTube Live, and we're going to be on the KSAT Weather Authority app. But a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing for Bandera County until 8 o'clock. I hope to see you on the weather stream. All right. Okay, so back to the weather stream now. We have meteorologist Shelby Ebertowski. Shelby Ebertowski has been following this storm and is actually currently, I believe, interviewing somebody live. Let's take a listen into what Shelby has got for us. 1 second here. We're going to wait to get Shelby ready to go. And if Shelby can just tell us who she's interviewing and what they're talking about, that would be great. Shelby, how are things going out there?
Okay.
Shelby?
Hi, Hi, Sarah. So we just got to Camp Wood, and as we were pulling into town, we noticed some puddles on the roadway, but we also found one local who actually had car damage. So why don't you tell us, when you were going through the storm, what it kind of was feeling like as you were driving through?
A little nerve-wracking because it started off with golf ball size, and my almost instantaneous is when my windshield decided to shatter, and with a big old boom, and then it just continued for, I don't know, about 100 yards, and then it went to like half dollar size, and then, but all the ice on the road, my truck kept trying to slip around and slide on the curvy roads.
And you mentioned your windshield. I know that hail damage is never easy, but why don't we take a look at your windshield? Have you ever had issues with hail damage before on your windshield, or is this
No.
the first time you're dealing with hail damage?
This is the first time I'm dealing with it.
Oh, wow. I noticed not only do you have it on your windshield, but you also have the small little dents on your car. And especially I want to kind of come to the front that you showed me of that damage, that golf ball sized hail here. So are you expecting to see more hail damage? You haven't been home yet. Are you expecting to see more when you get home? Or what are you kind of thinking of as you're about to get home? As you said, you just got off of work.
I pulled into my driveway and then I left, but I pulled in my driveway, tried to pull under the tree to at least try to protect a little. That's actually why there's branches on my head, because from the tree that I parked under.
So were you just dealing with the hail, or did you see any of the tornadic activity with this thunderstorm?
I did not.
Okay.
I just saw a whole lot of hail damage, branches on the road. There, a few of the trees around my house were completely stripped of leaves.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much for allowing us to interview you. We hope you the best as you get home, see the damage, not only for your house, but at your car. But Sarah, what's it kind of looking outside right now with the latest radar activity?
Yeah, thank you, Shelby. Very interesting. Of course, just for insurance purposes, so everybody knows, if you do get hail, mark the time, take a picture, and it's also helpful if you have a ruler or some pocket change or something to keep track of how large that hail is. Here's where that storm is right now. It's no longer showing signs of a tornado, but there still could be some rotation just to the east here of Vanderpool. The biggest concern is for very large hail that's falling right now, potentially over Los Maples. That's this black color here, right here south of Los Maples. This is FM 187, and again, the biggest impact from this storm is hail at the moment. What I want to do now is to just talk about the rest of the forecast. As we look closer toward the radar that is nearer to Del Rio, you can see that there's another storm starting to develop here out near Del Rio. And there's also more storms from Pandale all the way up to Ozona, up through San Angelo, and up into parts of North Texas. This is a large line of damaging storms, and this is the next round of storms. So this one isolated storm has been causing all of the damage. That's moving north and out of the area, but the second line of storms we're going to have to watch carefully. Let's go ahead and take a look at the tornado watch that is in effect. Take a look at your screen here. Tornado watch is in effect all the way from Val Verde County up through Oklahoma City and even up towards Chicago. This is a large area that is under the threat for potential tornadoes. Now, when we talk about a tornado watch means that tornadoes are possible. They're not guaranteed, but they're possible. And we've already seen a brief touchdown from a tornado just north of Highway 90 in western in western Kenny County. So tonight in these areas in the red until 10 p.m. at least, where the main threats, and we've seen this with that storm, the main threats are very, very large hail and damaging wind gusts, but then there's a secondary threat of a few tornadoes possible. And we've already seen one tornado touchdown in Kenny County from earlier today. So notice San Antonio is not necessarily under the tornado watch, but we still kind of need to be on alert. Here's a look at the Futurecast. As we take a look at the Futurecast, this is 10 o'clock. Again, that line could be blossoming around areas west of San Antonio. Then as we approach the midnight hour, some storms could start in San Antonio, in the San Antonio area. after midnight. And it's with those storms that we're really going to see them in a weakened state. Okay, they'll probably be in a weakened state, but still strong enough to cause some headaches in the roads through the early commute tomorrow morning. And then behind that initial round of storms, we might have one or two in the afternoon tomorrow with a cold front moving through, making it windy and clearing it out during the day on Wednesday. So to just give you some quick headlines, what you can expect from now through 12 a.m. Severe storms are going to be possible west of San Antonio, where we'll be watching for some large hail, some damaging wind gusts, and yes, even the risk for a tornado. And then storms will weaken from about midnight to 8 a.m. and move closer and closer to San Antonio. With that round of storms, we still have to be careful and watch for smaller hail, street flooding, and perhaps even some gustier winds, but it is going to be a weaker storm system by that time. So again, just to take a quick look at everything that's happening around South Central Texas, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is downstream of that storm that has in the past tonight produced up to baseball to softball sized hail. We'll go ahead and turn on the radar site that's closer to this storm. Here is that main swath of very large hail. Now Kerrville, Ingram, Center Point, Comfort, Hunt, areas that unfortunately were hit with a lot of flooding last year, now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 for the risk primarily for hail. Now the hail size has decreased in this storm. We're now looking at up to about golf ball sized hail, still damaging, but not nearly where it was just about an hour ago when it was producing some pretty large baseball sized hail out closer to Lakey. So this storm is not going to impact San Antonio. It's not even going to impact Bernie, but it could impact Comfort, Kerrville, Center Point, Hunt, Ingram, those areas. And then in its wake, we're seeing additional showers and storms developing near Val Verde County. So starting to have to be on alert for some more severe weather out in areas that have already seen severe weather throughout the night tonight. I'm going to take a moment here, make sure I have some fresh graphics. Right now I'm going to leave the radar on for you in areas near to Kerrville. As this storm gets closer to Kerrville, you can count that I'll be live here on the KSAT Weather Authority app, live stream, all of that. For now, though, I just want to go ahead and leave you with a look at the storms as they approach more rural areas in Kerr County. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. right, thank you so much to everyone joining us on the weather stream right now. I want to give everybody kind of an in-depth look at what's happening right now. First of all, there's no rain in San Antonio, but what we are seeing is a destructive storm moving across the hill country. Earlier, this storm was capable of producing a tornado. The tornado threat from this storm has gone down. That being said, there is still a lot of very large hail potential here as this storm approaches Kerrville. You can see that the main lobe of the hail core is falling right over Bandera County, just north of Medina. So areas along Highway 16 there, dealing with likely very large hail, potentially golf ball size to tennis ball sized hail in these areas. But earlier, this storm was producing softball sized hail. In fact, here's a look at this KSAT Connect picture from the Real County Commissioner. Those are softball sized hailstones there. That's what this storm has been capable of over the last hour or so. Right now, though, the most intense part of this storm, again, San Antonio, Bexar County, you're not going to be hit by this storm, but potentially Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, all of these areas could see some very large hail. The storm is moving to the northeast about 40 miles per hour, so around 8:15, some of the 8:10 to 8:15. This storm could be right along the Guadalupe River, producing very large hail. You can see here that we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for areas in Kerr County, northern Bandera County, and extreme western Kendall County until 8:30. Again, as I just showed you, the main hail core could be over Guadalupe County within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Sorry, Guadalupe River, not Guadalupe County, the next 10 to 15 minutes. So again, we're watching that storm very closely. This is the lone storm ahead of the main line of storms. And that main line of storms is out west right now. Here's that main line of storms. This is the line of storms that will eventually be moving into San Antonio, but not until like midnight, okay? So it isn't until about midnight that San Antonio even starts to see a possibility for some rain. And along this broken line here, we've got yet again another storm that could be crossing the Rio Grande, heading into Del Rio, that's capable of hail. Earlier today, Del Rio received about tennis ball sized hail from that one lone storm that's currently working its way up toward Kerrville. But Del Rio, you could be under the gun for some additional large hail here in the next 20 minutes or so. It is this line of storms that we're going to watch carefully as it approaches San Antonio. Here's the Futurecast, okay? So this is not perfect, but it is, I think, the most accurate Futurecast we have at the moment. And right around 10, there's going to be a blossoming line of storms. This might be pushing a little bit farther to the east than what it's indicating, but by about midnight, that's when those storms could be getting into San Antonio. Notice, though, that the storms will likely be a lot weaker by the time they get to San Antonio. That's good news. Still, though, we need to be on alert from about midnight to about 8 a.m. because we could see some additional showers and storms, perhaps even some small hail with this early tomorrow morning, not necessarily that damaging hail that we've been seeing from that lone storm that has moved through parts of the hill country. And then by 8, 9, 10, a lot of that rain will be out of here. There's a small chance for some redevelopment of storms in the afternoon tomorrow. But really, when we look at San Antonio rain chances, it doesn't really start until late tonight, overnight hours. And then by tomorrow morning, we'll see some widespread rain, probably right around the time of the morning commute. And then by tomorrow night, that will be going away. I see that meteorologist Elliot Wilson has pulled up something really interesting. We can actually look at storm reports over the last several hours from this one storm that is currently approaching Kerrville. You can see that it has produced potentially a tornado there just north of Highway 90 in Kinney County. Lots of hail out in Del Rio, lots of hail across the Nueces and the Frio River, and that hail is heading toward Kerrville. Now, as we quickly look at the 7-day forecast for you, after the storm chance tonight, we pretty much like turn off the tap. And so what we'll be seeing are cold mornings on Thursday and Friday, comfortable afternoons in the 70s. We'll be warm over the weekend, near 90 on Sunday before another cold front arrives. We're going to continue to keep you posted on air, online, and on the KSAT Weather Authority app. I'll leave you on radar for a little bit, and we'll continue to gather more information here. Continuing to keep you posted about this severe storm as it approaches Kerrville, Comfort, capable of very large hail, up to about the size of tennis balls in some cases. So approaching Kerrville, you need to be indoors, away from windows, and because sometimes this large hail can be wind driven and end up break windows. So be in an interior room. We've also got yet again another severe thunderstorm warning setting up for parts of Val Verde County. The National Weather Service says they'll be issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm near Acuna. That's moving up into Del Rio. There it is, that new severe thunderstorm warning. This area was hit by large hail earlier and even a tornado earlier in western Kinney County. We're currently seeing that it's getting another round here of severe weather with some hail. So let's go ahead and highlight the areas that have the highest risk for severe weather this evening. That area is highlighted in this watch. This is a tornado watch. Now that might be a bit confusing. Are we only watching out for tornadoes? No, in fact, the primary threat in this area in the red is actually very large hail and 70+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. The secondary threat is our tornadoes, and that's kind of what we've seen. Most of the storm reports that we've seen tonight have been from very large hail and gusty winds, and there's been 1 or 2 reports of a tornado. Again, that tracked through Kinney County up into the hill country. Notice that Bexar County, San Antonio not included in the tornado watch. It doesn't mean we can't see any severe weather, but it just means that our risk for severe weather is quite a bit lower than our friends west of San Antonio. And that's kind of like the biggest headline. From now through midnight, severe storms are likely west of San Antonio. And it's in these areas that we'll be watching for very large hail, damaging wind gusts, and even a tornado possible. And just so you know, if you're joining us on the weather stream, in about 3 minutes, I'm going to actually break into programming on television here just to let people know that we're available on the stream. So that's what you'll see in about 3 minutes time. Back to what I was saying. So from now to midnight, severe storms west of San Antonio are likely. From midnight to about 8 a.m., those storms will weaken, arrive to San Antonio, and we could have some damp weather during the morning commute. However, there is still a small risk for some stronger storms, maybe some small hail and some street flooding, but the storms are going to be a lot weaker by the time they make it to the Alamo City. And I can show you a couple more things here too. I want to show you tomorrow's forecast for San Antonio. So I mentioned that in the morning tomorrow we could see some rain. It'll be in the 60s. During the afternoon, there's only a 30% chance for a shower or storm, but watch what happens in the evening tomorrow. In the evening tomorrow, we see wind gusts of up to 35 to 40 miles per hour tomorrow night. So even though the rain will be done, it will be chilly, and we'll see gusty wind conditions. And then a quick look at the 7-day forecast too, before we go live on television here. Some things that really stand out to me are that after the initial storm chance, it's going to be chilly on Thursday and Friday morning in the 40s with highs only in the 70s, and then warm over the weekend near 90 degrees on Sunday with a chilly start on Monday and Tuesday being St. Patrick's Day, and highs only in the 60s. That's because we get another front moving through the area. So again, I'm going to be live on television here in about 2 minutes. I want to step off the screen here, give folks a chance to catch their breath, look at the radar. If you're in Kerrville, if you're in Comfort, you need to be indoors away from windows because you're at risk for some pretty large hail here, about 2 inches in diameter. Golf balls to potentially even up to toward tennis ball sized hail, especially right here just to the northeast rather of Medina. And then there's yet again another severe thunderstorm warning for Del Rio. I'll be back in about a minute. All right, I'm talking to our fellow meteorologist, Elliot Wilson. What was that, Elliot?
So Shelby's going to go to Lakey because there was some really bad hail damage out there.
Okay.
We're the fire chief out there. JP is still going to be heading towards the Comfort area. He's going to be on I-10.
Great. I'm about to be live on television, everybody at home. Hey, Elliot, can you please call Barron and ask why I'm not seeing as many towns in my fan? Or maybe you can help me with that. But I'm going to be live on television here in just a sec. Yeah, thank you so much, Elliot. Meteorologist. About 20 seconds on air total? Okay, give me a sec. Okay, I'm coming. Give me ×2. Okay, Landon? Thanks. They're going to be live on television here. I'm Weather Authority meteorologist Sarah Spivey, briefly interrupting your programming to just give you a quick update of what we're seeing here. We've got 2 severe storms working their way through the hill country and to points west of San Antonio. San Antonio's in the clear right now when it comes to storms, but some very large hail is falling in northern Bandera County near Camp Verde, near Center Point. So these areas are at risk of seeing up to golf ball sized hail. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Kerr County until 8:30 this evening. And then out to the west, an area that has already seen a lot of hail this evening. Out to the west, there's yet again another severe storm that's about to cross the Rio Grande and impact areas like Del Rio. This storm is capable of producing golf ball sized hail. Brackettville and Kenny County need to be on a lookout as well for that. Earlier, this one lone storm produced a tornado in Kenny County, and it's been tracking off to the east ever since. That lone storm is heading out and away from San Antonio, but those in Kerrville, Center Point, Comfort need to be indoors and away from windows. But behind that, you can see there's yet again another line of storms. This is that line of storms that we have to watch here in San Antonio. Now, we're not going to see any storms really in San Antonio until after about midnight. You can see that here on the Futurecast. As we go forward in time, those storms will really not start in the Alamo City until after midnight. And by then, they're going to be at quite a weaker state. So looking at the headlines for you, right now through midnight, severe storms are possible west of San Antonio with large hail, damaging wind gusts, and even, yes, a tornado or two. From midnight to about 8 a.m., storms will weaken and arrive to San Antonio. By that point, they're going to be a lot weaker, probably not severe, but we'll still have to watch for small hail and street flooding. I just wanted to briefly interrupt programming here to let you know that we are live covering these storms online on KSAT.com, on KSAT Plus, and the KSAT Weather Authority app. I'll return you to programming here, but if you'd like to continue to keep up with us, that's where we'll be, live streaming the weather. Alrighty, everyone, thanks for joining us on the weather stream. I've seen a lot of pictures coming in from my friends and family of some lightning off in the distance with the sunset. What you're seeing is the lightning from the severe storm that's producing hail in Kerr County right now. That severe storm is capable of producing up to about tennis ball sized hail, golf ball to tennis ball sized hail. Here's where that is. You can see all of those lightning strikes. That storm is moving away from San Antonio. It's not going to impact the Alamo City, but we are seeing plenty of lightning from about 40 miles away. The folks that need to be on alert right now that are dealing with some very large hail are Camp Verde, Center Point. Here's the Guadalupe River and here's I-10. So all of these areas are under a risk for some destructive, very large hail. Elliot, could you please check the criteria of this severe storm? Tell me what size hail. I think I've even seen this this hail core growing here. Meteorologist Elliot Wilson here with me. And you can see in 3D just how large this storm is. Baseball-sized hail possible in this storm. That is very destructive. We've already seen this storm produce baseball-sized hail all the way back in Real County, and we've had some indications of intense hail damage for areas closer to Lakey. Here's that hail core. As we fly through that hail core in 3D space, you can see that areas like in Bandera County, let me get specific for you here as I regain what I was talking about. Center Point area, North Bandera County, those are the areas that are dealing with this massive hail core at the moment in 3D space. You can really see just how large that is. We can go ahead and move this and see the structure of the hail core a little bit better. There it is. Notice all of that black there. That is hail from the top of the storm to the base of the storm. And hail is interesting. Here's how it forms. It's pretty much like a snowball of ice, okay? So basically every storm contains a strong updraft, rising air, and a strong downdraft. And as long as that updraft is stronger than the downdraft, here's what happens. You get little raindrops that get lofted way up high into the storm where it's very cold, and those freeze into small hailstones. And what happens is as those hailstones get a little heavier, they fall a little bit more into the storm, get more moisture. You start to see those pretty much become larger and larger as long as that updraft is strong. Eventually, though, what happens is either those hailstones get too big and gravity takes over, or the updraft weakens and you start to see hail fall. So basically the storm that has been producing baseball-sized hail has had strong enough updrafts to keep baseball-sized chunks of ice up high in the sky. So that is an impressive system. And here's again that hail core, massive hail core falling over parts of Kerr County right now. It is south of Kerrville proper. So we're really not seeing Kerrville itself deal with the very large hail. So the highly populated Kerrville not seeing as much hail, but Center Point right now, baseball-sized hail likely falling along Center Point. Comfort is under the gun too. Here's State Highway 27. Here's FM 480. There's Center Point. So we've got Raymond Mostly Lane. Hope I said that right. Need to go up to Center Point more often, I guess. Earlier, though, this storm did produce even more hail. Here's a look at the storm reports of the trail of destruction of this storm from out in Del Rio. Then it produced a tornado out in Kinney County with rounds of heavy rain and hail, 4-inch diameter hail near Lakey. Again, baseball to softball sized hail, with large hail also reported out near Camp Wood as well. So massive hail from this one storm that keeps chugging, and right now it's pushing into Comfort and Center Point. That's the area that's dealing with the baseball-sized hail. We've got crews on the scene out in Lakey where they've had massive damage, and we have a crew heading up to near Bernie and Comfort. Bernie, you're not going to see hail from this. I want to put your minds at ease there. But we have a crew heading up there so that they can get to Comfort after this storm moves through. Meanwhile, off to the west, Del Rio already tonight has seen hail from that one storm that's currently working its way through Comfort. They're seeing additional round of quarter-sized to half-dollar-sized hail at the moment, although that is starting to push out of the city. It's moved north of Laughlin Air Force Base. And now what we see in its wake is this broken line of storms. And eventually, this broken line of storms is going to come together and form a more cohesive line of storms that's going to eventually march closer to San Antonio. So take a look at the Futurecast here. By the time this storm system makes it to San Antonio, though, it's going to be much, much, much weaker. San Antonio is not nearly as much of a risk for hail and damaging wind gusts and tornadoes as our friends out to the west are tonight. You can see that here in the Futurecast. After midnight, most of that rain will be weaker in nature, although we still could see some embedded pockets of small hail, small non-damaging hail, mind you, and some heavier rain at times. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Futurecast as we head through 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, again clearing out, and then that front moves through. A front is going to move through tomorrow, by the way, and it's going to make it very windy, and we're going to start to cool down quite a bit behind that front. So I can put everything together for San Antonio. Here's a look at our rain chances. They're going to be highest tonight after 10 p.m. through the overnight hours into tomorrow morning. We'll still see some rain right around the morning commute, so the morning commute is going to be messy at times. Keep that in mind. And then by tomorrow night, all of our rain chances are going to head out of here. I want to show you a look at the main areas that are under a risk for severe weather, though, tonight. Those are areas that are under this tornado watch. A tornado watch is interesting because notice that it extends from Del Rio all the way up toward Oklahoma City, up toward Chicago. That's where the tornado watch is. A watch means we're watching out for tornadoes, but the main threat along this line is going to be very large hail and damaging wind gusts. Again, notice San Antonio is not included in the watch area. A watch means we're watching out for the potential. It doesn't mean it's guaranteed, but we got to do that until 10 p.m. along that area there. I'm going to leave you with the radar here for a second. I really need to take some time to regroup. I'll be keeping an eye on that storm, though, that's currently approaching Comfort. Again, that storm is capable of producing very, very large hail. Up to baseball-sized hail is falling near Comfort at the moment. I'm going to take a second and regroup here. I'll be back in just a moment. All right. Oh, thank you for joining us for this appcast, a weathercast is what we're calling it, weather stream. I'm KSAT meteorologist Sarah Spivey. The folks in the back, I need to go on air because there is a new tornado warning in effect for Kendall County for the potential for a tornado in Kendall County. So whenever you are ready, I need to break into programming and cover the show. Thank you. Again, the tornado warning in effect, I believe, let's see when that is in effect until 9:15. Okay, I'm gonna head over there in just a second. Okay, one second, please. Thank you. I think I'm on links. Oh, I'm not. I'm on links. Elliot, could you bring up the KSAT Connect on links 2, please? Thank you. And do you have your guest one mic?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Everybody is seeing us work behind the scenes. Elliot, could you also post to the weather app, watch live tornado warning in Kendall County? Okay. Yep, I'm ready. All right. I'm Weather Authority meteorologist Sarah Spivey, interrupting programming here because we have a life-threatening situation in Kendall County. We have a tornado warning in effect for areas in Kendall County, in extreme eastern Kerr County, but heading into Kendall County. You can see here we've got a tornado warning until 9:15, and here's the reason why. Take a look at your screen. You can see this notch here. This is where we have radar indicated rotation from a storm that has already had the history of producing baseball-sized hail, and we've seen it produce a tornado back nearer to Brackettville. Here we've got some tight rotation. So here's the radar. Basically, when you see the greens, that means that it's going away from the radar, toward the radar rather. Greens are going toward the radar, and the reds are moving away from the radar. So when you put that together, what you end up having is circulation and the potential for a tornado. So we're seeing that right here along this hook. This is called a hook echo. And this potential tornado, it's not confirmed. It's just radar indicated rotation right now. But this is the first step to seeing a tornado. We start to see that tightening rotation, then oftentimes a tornado can drop. So Waring, you need to be aware right now. Sisterdale, Welfare, Comfort, the rotation is moving just to the south of you here. It's moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. It'll cross I-10 around 8:40. I believe that we have a crew out there on I-10. They are south of this main area of rotation.
Moving 30
correct?
miles an hour now.
Okay, moving 30 miles an hour now. Elliot Wilson, meteorologist Elliot Wilson, could you please make sure that our crew is not along I-10 here, because that's where that area of rotation is. If you could please check in with that. Thank you, meteorologist Elliot Wilson joining me here. We want to make sure that everybody stays safe. If you are within this tornado warning, in Kendall County, you need to be indoors and away from windows. That includes areas like Comfort, Welfare, Waring, even Nelson City, north of Nelson City, Sisterdale. Here's I-10. This area of rotation is likely to cross I-10. Again, it's not a confirmed tornado, but it is enough on radar to give us a warning, give us a pause, make us think, let's be inside, away from windows. In addition to the rotation, there's also a swath here near Comfort of baseball-sized hail. If you are under a tornado warning right now in Kendall County, here's what needs to happen. You need to be indoors and an interior room on the lowest level is always the safe bet. So that is, in this example, it would be this bathroom here. See, it's away from walls, it's away from windows, it's in the most interior room. That's your safe place. Go there now if you are in this tornado warning. And again, folks in this tornado warning include just south of Comfort, along I-10 between Nelson City and Comfort. Here's that area of would-be rotation right over the Guadalupe River. It's moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Sisterdale, you need to go into your safe place immediately. Waring, need to go into your safe place immediately. Welfare, you need to go into your safe place immediately. Candelia is just outside of this warning area, but still, again, this is a life-threatening situation. On top of the rotation, can you see this dark color here, this black, purple-black color, Comfort High School? This is very large hail. We're talking baseball-sized hail. Outside of the tornado warning, there's also severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 for the risk for that very, very large hail as well. Meteorologist Elliot Wilson joining us in studio. I'm glad we were able to contact our crew. Our crew is safe, but please, 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 nobody travel along I-10 right now in Kendall County, because that is the area that would be impacted by a potential tornado if there is a tornado on the ground. And that's not yet confirmed at the moment, but it is radar indicated rotation, which is the first step in seeing a potential tornado. I can also turn on some of the rotating signals here. Not seeing too much there, but I want to go ahead and add I want to adjust our time here because it's moving to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Earlier, the storm was moving faster, so I'm changing the speed here so that I can get a good understanding and a good display on which communities really need to be in their safe places. If you got an alert for a tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place right now. What we can do here is we can go ahead and show this is the area that would be dealing with rotation. It's still to the west of I-10, but it's moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So here's a look at when this would be near you. Comfort momentarily. Get to your safe place immediately. If you are near Welfare, you have about 10 minutes to get to your safe place. Okay, 8:45. If this can hold together and make it to Blanco County area, it wouldn't be until about an hour from now that it would be there. But still, these areas, Sisterdale, okay? Sisterdale, you need to be in your safe place too. I can try to bring this out a little bit farther here. Yeah, Sisterdale, it could be there by about 8:50. So you just have a few moments here to get to your safe place, but I want to empower you to do that. As long as you find on a sturdy building, if you're in a sturdy building, sturdy home, bottom floor, most interior room, get there, and that is the safest place for you to be when it comes to a potential tornado. Again, we do not have a confirmed tornado, but we do have a potential tornado from rotation indicated here out nearer to Comfort. I'm continuing to search for clear rotation signals, and I'm seeing some broad rotation, not necessarily some really, really tight rotation, but some broad rotation. That being said, this storm does have the history of producing some tornadoes from all the way back into Kinney County here. In fact, we can go ahead and show you where that was here in Kinney County. This same storm that's moving through Kendall County at the moment dropped a tornado at like 5:40, so 3 hours ago. That's how long this one storm has been moving across the hill country. Back to the radar, I'm getting a very clear hook echo from this storm, which indicates rotation right here. It's still to the west of I-10, but it's crossing I-10 momentarily. I can also look to see if we have any debris signatures. Debris indicating that there would be potentially a tornado. I'm not seeing anything clear there on our radar tools. But in addition to producing potentially a tornado, this is producing some very large hail. You can see that when we look at the 3D imagery of this storm here. Watch this. As I turn it over to the side, you can see just how tall this storm is. It's over 50,000 feet tall, and we can isolate the hail core. Very large hail is falling right now over Comfort. So even if you do not see a tornado, this storm is still destructive. This storm is very dangerous. Meteorologist Elliott Wilson, could you check in with the National Weather Service and see if they're saying anything about this storm in addition to the very large hail and the risk for a tornado? That would be great.
Nothing new yet. Yeah, they're just touching on that one spot crossing
I-10.
I-10, yep, right by the Comfort area.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Right here, this is where we would have that rotation. Now, I want to put folks' mind at ease near Welfare, okay, and near Nelson City. The core of rotation is a little bit too far north from you to be seeing any risk for a tornado. I think Comfort, though, if you're joining us in Comfort, please be in your safe place. You need to be indoors, away from windows. If you lose power, we're streaming live on KSAT.com and from your phone on the KSAT Weather Authority app. If you have friends and family in Comfort, give them a call. Make sure they're safe. Make sure they're in their safe place. Tell them we're tracking this storm live. I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service moves this tornado warning into parts of northern Kendall County here within the next warning area. Elliott, anything you'd like to add?
Not this time. Nothing new on the chat.
Okay.
And yeah, just kind of watching this thing move. And that hail core and that notch are really impressive. You can kind of see that notch you were talking
right
about just
here.
by the Comfort area where that inflow is coming in. That's where all that good rotation takes
That's where
place.
the rotation would be. That's exactly right, Elliott. And on the latest scans here, as far as winds go, again, we're seeing some shear that would indicate a potential tornado at times. Yeah, right here. You can see there's definitely some rotation ongoing right now over Comfort High School area. It's not necessarily extremely strong, but it is definitely strong enough to warrant a tornado warning and for you to go to your safe place. So no confirmed tornado yet out near the Comfort area, but that doesn't mean that this storm is not dangerous. Again, we're seeing very large hail in addition to the risk for a tornado. In fact, most people, if you're in the path of this storm, most people are seeing the hail rather than the rotation. But still, this is a dangerous storm. It's moving northeast. You can put a track on this. This area of rotation, as well as the hail, is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So areas like Stonewall, Pflugrath, this will be near you, closer to about 920 high in, and I believe that's Llano County, highs in Llano County, or Blanco County rather, my bad. That's where we've got some of the wineries. William Chris Winery, I believe, is out there. So these areas, you really need to be careful that are downstream of this potential tornado. We do not yet have a confirmed tornado, and I realize I'm interrupting programming, but this is a life-threatening situation. Imagine if you had a tornado warning in your neighborhood, you would want the latest information. Elliott, anything to add?
It looks like from the National Weather Service, from their end, they're watching that rotation. It has weakened significantly, and I'm kind of looking at it.
I agree.
myself.
I think the rotation is weakening in this storm, so that is good
Much more
news. In
broad.
fact, they canceled the warning there. That is good news. The tornado warning has been canceled for northern Kendall County, so not as concerned about rotation, but there is still very large, potentially baseball-sized hail falling from Comfort High School to Comfort area. So with that, because the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, I still would encourage everyone in northern Kendall County to be indoors, away from windows, until the severe thunderstorm warning expires at 9:15. But because this is no longer as much of a life-threatening situation as it was when there was a potential tornado, I'm going to go ahead and return it to programming. But if you want to continue to keep up with us, we're online, KSAT.com, YouTube TV, YouTube, and the KSAT Weather Authority app. Please join us there.
All right, guys, meteorologist Elliot Wilson here, going to be stepping in to see how things are doing out there. We just had the warnings canceled, not just that tornado warning, but the severe thunderstorm warning altogether has been canceled for that storm moving through the Kendall County area right now. You can kind of see that storm still on the north side. Going to start to get a little bit of a loop here and kind of give you an idea of where everything is at right now. So we had that severe thunderstorm warning. It just expired, but there are more storms forming out to the west. You can see that out towards the Val Verde County area. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out there. A lot of these storms are going to be warned for hail, as that's going to be one of the biggest threats inside of these storms as we go throughout the rest of the night. I'm going to stop the loop real quick, and I'll even turn off the lightning because obviously everything forming out here is a thunderstorm. And we do have that warning that goes until 9:15 for Val Verde County. That storm was warned for not just the hail, but also some pretty gusty winds as well. But the hail is going to be the thing we're watching for inside of these storms. However, all modes of severe weather are going to be in play as we head throughout the rest of the evening. So here's where we're at right now. We got those storms in Val Verde County. Here's that storm up in Kendall County right now. Again, that warning was expired, but we're still seeing a little bit of small size hail inside of it, sub-severe hail, not to mention there is still a decent amount of lightning popping up in that storm as well. So as the storm continues to move off to the northeast near the Johnson City area, still going to be a pretty good storm, dropping some heavy rain, and you'll see a little bit of small non-severe hail inside of it. So do be aware of that. But other than that, right along I-10 and even stretching over our eastern counties and southern counties, things are doing pretty good right now, pretty quiet. Nothing happening in Bexar County. This is just these are some scatter spikes coming off the radar. No rain is falling in Bexar County right now. We just had that one storm up in Kendall County, but again, that warning has been expired. Zooming out and looking out to the west, we got some more development taking place out in Val Verde County, and this line of storms developing. This is what's going to be tracking eastward as we head throughout the overnight. And I'll show you guys a quick look at kind of where we're at with the watches and the warnings. So we got that one severe thunderstorm warning out there. We still have that tornado watch for many of our western counties, and that goes until, I believe it's still 10 o'clock. Okay, yeah, so still until 10 o'clock, not just for Uvalde County, but for all of these counties out here. That tornado watch will be going until 10 o'clock because as that line moves in, yes, it'll gradually get a little bit weaker, especially as it gets closer to the Bexar County area. But some of those storms could still be a little bit strong once they get to the San Antonio area, just not as strong as what we're seeing out there right now. So just be aware of that. And of course, here's a look at those risks that we're watching. Again, the higher risks are going to be out to the west, just some much stronger instability in the atmosphere over our far western counties. We only got a category 1 risk once those storms get closer to the San Antonio area. So here's a look at Futurecast as we go throughout the next couple of hours. Again, we'll start to see that line form out to the west a lot more. It'll become a lot more well developed, and then that's going to be tracking eastward as you go throughout the night. I think the models are a little bit slow in this regard. We will start to see some activity around 2 o'clock in the morning around the San Antonio area, but especially for the morning commute, right around 5 to 6 o'clock. I think that's when we'll see a little bit more storm activity in the San Antonio area, so do be prepared for a bit of a slow commute as we head throughout tomorrow morning. A couple of these storms could still be on the strong side. We may catch a couple spots of hail inside of these storms as they move into Bexar County, but the chances for that will be lower once that line gets to Bexar County, but we still have to stay alert. And then as we go throughout the morning, we get to about 9 o'clock, it'll start pushing more to the east, and by 10 to 11 o'clock, a lot of this should be completely out of our viewing area, and then after that, things will be quiet going into Wednesday afternoon. So that's kind of the setup that we're going to see as we head throughout the overnight tonight. So we're going to clear out of this and get us back to the radar until we start the night B. So we do that severe thunderstorm warning. I'll actually step off screen real quick to get a quick update from the National Weather Service, but this is the only severe warned storm in our area right now. Just kind of looking through the National Weather Service chat real quick. See if they have anything new. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, so that storm out in Val Verde County warned for golf ball size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So these are the storms we're going to be watching as we head throughout the night. And we've already had a couple of storms pop up out there. In fact, I can pull up the, there we go, got the San Angelo radar going here. I'm going to show you guys a loop on the radar to show you how things have been going out there the past few hours. So we've already seen quite a few strong storms pop up out there. They have been isolated in nature so far. You can see right there, this was a few hours ago. But now, as we get closer to the overnight hours, that's where we have this more organized setup, and that's what's going to be moving eastward throughout the overnight. So we already had that isolated setup. Now we got more of a scattered setup as this tracks more to the east. So we can zoom into the storm real quick. You can kind of see a pretty good hail core going on inside of that storm just up to the northwest of Devil's River, and these are going to be tracking eastward. I'm going to put a little bit of a loop on here real quick because a lot of these storms have been moving in more of a northeastward fashion, and it looks like these storms are doing the same thing. So while these storms start to take more of a northeastward track, the general direction is going to be eastward as they move closer to I-35 during the overnight tonight. But again, that's not going to be until probably about 2 o'clock in the morning. This will be moving by the San Antonio area. You can see those darker shades of purple showing the hail building up nicely inside of those storms. So along the rest of this line, seeing some hail building up in those storms over in Mexico right now. So we'll probably have a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings, unfortunately, in these areas as this line continues to develop more and starts to move to the east a little bit more. A lot of these have been moving at about 30 miles an hour. In fact, I'll jump off screen just one more moment to see if there's any new updates on the speed of these storms as they develop out there. A lot of these have been moving at about 30 miles an hour. And let's see, we do have a new update on the storm. Picking up speed. So now we've got, it's picking up speed, but the size of the hail looks like it started to come down a little bit. So now it's going to be warned for $half size hail, still keeping with the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, though. Not to mention these are starting to pick up speed, which means we're going to have to watch for more of a wind threat as well, because with those isolated storms, that's where the hail threat and the tornado threat goes up a lot more. But as these get more organized and form into a line, that's where you can see more of a wind threat take place. Still going to see some hail, of course, but we do have to take into account the wind threat now inside of these storms. So moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So we can kind of draw a cone here. So you kind of see corner windmill by about 9:22. It's going to get to your guys' area. Not a great deal of towns and cities out here, but still going to be moving off to the northeast and still something we are going to keep an eye on, of course. But for corner windmill by about 9:22, right now we're at about 9:04, 9:05. So in about 20 minutes or so, this will be getting closer to your guys' area. Again, this storm being warned for $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And as of now, that warning is going to go until 9:15, but there's always a chance they can extend it if it holds together well. And so far, these storms, as they form, you can tell they've been developing nicely. So that warning may very well be extended. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Looking at the rest of our viewing area, again, we do have that storm up in the far northern portions of Kendall County, really starting to get into Gillespie County now. Going to switch over to our radar from New Braunfels, get a little bit better of an angle on it. So you can see the storm is still, while it's not severe, it's still holding together pretty good. This is going to be tracking towards Johnson City, staying in the southeastern corner of Gillespie County. You can turn on the lightning and kind of see how intense that storm is. Still a little bit of lightning, but as it continues to move to the northeast, I think the storm will keep weakening a lot more just because it's kind of moving away from those areas of instability. So this storm looking to stay below severe limits. And then kind of zooming back out again, the rest of our viewing area still overall pretty quiet. You know, we just have very quiet activity in Bexar County. Most of us are staying pretty calm right now. It's just Val Verde County that has those storms building up nicely out there. So we're going to be watching this over the next several hours, but that is the latest we have right now. So we do have that severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 for Val Verde County. That's moving off to the northeast. Going to zoom into that. Draw a quick box on here. Take off the lightning because you'll be seeing obviously a lot of lightning on the radar with these storms as they develop out to the west. And this is what's going to be moving northeastward, still moving at about 45 miles an hour. So nothing's really changed in that regard. Going to keep tracking that way. And then we are watching a few more of these storms that are south of that near the border. You can see multiple storms developing, and I'll kind of throw on a loop real quick. You can kind of see how these storms keep building up behind one another, and that trend is going to continue as that line moves eastward. We'll still see more storms building up along this line, and then it'll be moving eastward closer to the San Antonio area. All right, so that's the latest there. Going to zoom back out to the rest of our viewing area, going to take a quick break, and then we will be back on here in just a few moments. right, guys, meteorologist Elliot Wilson here. We got that new severe thunderstorm warning, or an extension of a severe thunderstorm warning, I should say, for that storm out in Val Verde County, and that is going to go until 10:15. So let me stop the loop real quick. You can see until 10:15 because these storms aren't moving very fast, but they are starting to develop nicely. So they are going to anticipate these storms stay strong for a while. The National Weather Service, that is. So I'm going to go over to that. Got the storm building up nicely. It's this storm right here. I mentioned earlier that there's a chance that this could be extended, this warning. And that's something we'll probably see with a lot of these storms, especially the ones that are even further down to the south. The National Weather Service already keeping an eye on these storms as well. No warnings for these yet, but with how these have been developing just over the past few minutes, there will likely be warnings for these as we move over the next even 30 minutes or so. But we have this new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for the northeastern portions of Val Verde County, even Edwards County as well. This goes until 10:15. Going to put a cone on this real quick to give you the general direction of where this is going. Try to get this box out of the way. All right, so let me pull a cone up here real quick. So these storms still moving about 45 miles an hour. So not a lot of towns popping up in the way, not a lot of population out here, but that's the direction the storm's going to be moving as we go throughout the next hour. We're going to clear this out, and then we're going to take a look at the rest of our viewing area. So that is the only severe storm that we have at the moment. We did have that severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that's now moving just over the southeastern corner of Gillespie County. That's about to move out of our area. But everything else pretty quiet right now. It'll stay that way a good chunk of the night. The storms are not going to get to the I-10 corridor, more so until we get past midnight. So it's going to be a while before this line gets to these areas. You can see the storms are taking more of a northeastward track along this cold front, because as they form along the front, they start to move northeastward, but the front itself is going to be pushing directly eastward. So that's why it'll take some time for these storms to get closer to the I-10 corridor, I-35, and all of that. But multiple storms forming along that cold front, and that's what's going to bring the storms to San Antonio as we get to, I'd say, about 2 o'clock in the morning. And we can even throw up a Futurecast, give you guys an update on how things are going to play out as we head throughout the night. So we've got the storms even around 10 o'clock, still forming out to the west. And you can see about midnight, they're still moving pretty slowly, getting closer to I-10, I-35, right around 2 o'clock in the morning. For the morning commute tomorrow, still looking to see that line of storms tracking on by. So by about 5 to 6 o'clock, we are going to see some storms right around the Bexar County area in more of an orderly fashion. This nice linear line you got right there of storms. So that's what's going to be hanging around as we head throughout the morning commute, unfortunately. Then starts moving eastward a little bit more around 9 to 10 o'clock. And then by midday, everything is going to be moving on out. So that's how things are going to play out as we go throughout the rest of the night. Have gotten quite a few storm reports. I'm going to go through those real quick. Let me clear out of the Futurecast. I'll take off this sidebar real quick. And it's already been a pretty active evening. Lots of hail reports along that line where the storm moved through. We're talking about the storm that moved through, and I can even throw up a quick loop real quick to show you guys that storm. This storm that had previously had 2 tornado warnings. One of them was out near Del Rio, and the second tornado warning was issued over Kendall County. Now, obviously, those warnings have since expired, but shows you how unstable the atmosphere is for a storm to form like that and to just keep on going, dropping multiple areas of hail, even a wind report in there as well. So I'll stop this loop and we can go through these reports, mostly hail reports. But we do have that wind report on the far northern portions of Uvalde County, wind gusts of about 66 miles an hour. And again, as this line continues to move eastward, winds are going to be something else we watch for, especially now that the storms are starting to form into a line. Trying to get this off the screen. I'm going to move over here to this other report. So here's our tornado report that came in. This is the one we've been watching closely. So this was at about 5:40 near Laughlin Air Force Base. This was about just a little bit northward of US 90. So that is where that tornado ended up touching down. It was a brief touchdown, but they did get a photo of it, the National Weather Service, and that's how they were able to confirm it. So we do have one confirmed tornado from this event this evening so far. There could be a couple more tornado warnings. That's something we're going to watch for as well, unfortunately, as this line continues to move to the east. We can kind of go through some of these other reports as well. So we can even kind of follow the path that storm took. I cannot get this box off the screen. Well, I'm going to step off screen real quick so I can try to remove those boxes real quick. Because I do want to show you guys all these different storm reports that we got from that one storm that dropped the tornado, because all those reports you're seeing up there, that's basically been from the one storm we have seen so far. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, that entire line that tracks eastward, you can kind of see the tornado warning, or the tornado report, the hail report, the wind report, and multiple other hail reports as it moves by the Lakey area. That storm was able to drop some good hail. So let me turn the interactive back on real quick. A little behind the scenes work here. All right. As you kind of see these other hail reports that came in. So we had that 66-mile-an-hour wind gust, but then these hail reports, 4-inch size hail, very large hail inside of that storm, and that's what it was warned for. It was warned up to baseball size hail as that storm moved through the Lakey area, even moving as it moved through portions of Bandera County, even moving into Kerr County as well. So we got a really good report there, right by the Lakey area as well. That's where the 4-inch hail came into play. That's probably what we'll see here as well. A 3-inch size of hail, still very large near Vanderpool, 2.5-inch size of hail. And Camp Wood, definitely heard a lot about the hail out there. Camp Wood had 2-inch hail. The wind threat, that was a 66-mile-an-hour wind threat right by Camp Wood. 4.5-inch hail, just 2 miles south of the Camp Wood area. So hail has definitely been a huge threat with these storms so far, and that's something else we'll be watching for as these storms form that line and continue to move to the east. So zoom out just a little bit. So you had that tornado report, got another hail report on the north side of Kendall County there, 1-inch hail report there. And then multiple hail reports around the Del Rio area. And we've had a few storms form around Del Rio already. That's why they have multiple hail reports in play. Even the wind report, 74-mile-an-hour wind gust with the storm that occurred just before 5 o'clock this afternoon, just west of the Del Rio area. Then we also had hail reports out there as well, anywhere from 1 to 2 inches in size. So Del Rio has definitely been an active spot so far today. And you can see there's more storms just to the west of Del Rio. And we do have one severe warned storm for Edwards County and the far eastern portions of Val Verde County. That goes until 10:15. That was for $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. That's going to keep tracking northeastward. No warnings with these storms yet, but you can see these are developing very nicely as you move south of Lake Amistad over into Mexico, even down to the south there. Some good hail already starting to develop inside of some of those storms. So these are going to be the ones to watch as we head throughout the rest of the night and into tomorrow morning. But it was really just that one storm that formed near Del Rio that tracked eastward that dropped the tornado to the northwest of Brackettville and dropped multiple areas of very large hail, caused some issues around Camp Wood and the Lakey area. And then that same storm, now in a much weaker state, is all the way up here to the east of Gillespie County, moving out of our viewing area. So that storm has definitely been the strongest one so far, but now it is way below severe limits. Just going to zoom out real quick. I'll take those storm reports off the screen. Most of our viewing area quiet for now, but during the overnight, I-10, I-35, that's when those storms will start moving towards those areas. We got that line forming nicely out to the west, and you can zoom out even further, going up towards to the east of San Angelo, stretching all the way down into Mexico. That line is going to continue to develop nicely as we head throughout the next couple of hours, and this is going to be our main focus as we head throughout the overnight tonight. So I can run through some of those rain chances again as we go throughout the overnight into your Wednesday. So rain chances like we said, right around 2 o'clock in the morning, San Antonio, that's where those rain chances will be at their peak. And then as we get into tomorrow morning, things are looking to be a little bit more isolated and east of San Antonio by about 10 to 11 o'clock. And then as we head into the afternoon and the night tomorrow, those rain chances just keep dwindling down. We can't rule out a spotty shower midday and early afternoon, but the storms will be long gone off to the east by the time we get to midday. So that's kind of the setup that we have there. Can run through a Futurecast again. So as you go throughout the next few hours, it's going to be staying out to the west, getting closer to I-10 and I-35. So we get to about 2 to 2:30 in the morning. Things will be a little bit isolated during that time, but as we get to about 5 to 6 o'clock, that's when everything is looking to be nice and organized. So do be prepared for a slow commute tomorrow morning. And then as we get to about 9 to 10 o'clock, everything starts pushing off to the east with quiet conditions going into the afternoon. So that's kind of the setup that we have right now. And a quick reminder, we do have a tornado watch that goes until 10 o'clock for our western counties. So even though winds and hail will start to be a bit of a higher threat as that line forms, we still can't rule out a quick spin up tornado. We've already had one confirmed tornado this evening, so our western counties, we will be keeping a close eye on these spots for other areas of rotation and tornadic activity as we head throughout the rest of the night. So I'm going to pull the radar back up. I'm going to head back out to use the San Angelo radar. I'm trying to get that back on. There we go. So it doesn't look like anything new quite yet. Still got that severe thunderstorm warning. That has not changed. I'll actually step off screen real quick and take a quick look at the National Weather Service chat log to see if there are any new updates from their end. And it doesn't look like it. Yeah, so they're kind of saying what we've been saying. We're looking at that straight line wind and hail threat with this new line of storms as we head throughout the night. Still can't rule out the isolated tornado just because of how much instability and spin there's going to be along that front, so do be mindful of that. But the winds and the hail are definitely going to be a little bit higher of a threat now, especially the winds with how this line is already starting to form. So this is going to be tracking eastward, and we'll be keeping an eye on it. Let's see, just kind of poking around here. And of course, another thing, very heavy rain and seeing some pretty good lightning in these storms as well. And that's something you're going to be seeing a lot of. You'll see a good light show out to the west before you go to sleep tonight, because all that moisture, all that instability, storm development is going to be pretty good. But I'm going to step off screen real quick and take another quick break. No new updates as of now. Kind of went through everything I need to go through, so we'll take a quick break and we'll be back on in a few minutes, but we will leave the radar up.
Very large hail. That's what's happened across a big portion of south central Texas and the hill country. You even see some hail fog there at that gas station in Leakey. All from one storm that tracked over 200 miles from Del Rio all the way up through the Texas hill country, dropping softball to grapefruit-sized hail and even a tornado in Kinney County. But we're not done with the storms yet. Storms arrived to San Antonio overnight. We'll talk about the risks coming up.
We are in Leakey dealing with the after effects of the first batch of severe storms where hail is seen across most of the country. Coming up, I'll give you a look at what the locals are currently seeing, plus the more storms to come coming up.
We've already gotten quite a few videos of the hail moving through our area, and we want to see yours as well. Be sure to send in your photos and videos to KSAT Connect.
Live from KSAT 12, the Night Beat starts right now.
All right, well, as Sarah said, a night of softball, grapefruit-sized hail for some people and tornadoes to our west.
And we begin with our team coverage of these storms, their impact, and that potential for any severe weather to reach San Antonio as tonight goes on.
Yeah, so let's get right back to Weather Authority meteorologist Sarah Spivey. You've had a very long evening so far, and it continues into the overnight hours, right?
Well, as I said, all of that damage from one lone storm. Take a look at this. This is the previous radar. Right around 4 o'clock, there was a storm that developed out near Del Rio. It tracked across Kinney County, across Real County, across the hill country before falling apart near to Blanco County, 200 miles, where it produced hail and even a tornado in parts of Kinney County. Here's the authority radar right now. That one lone storm has since dissipated, but we are seeing a line of storms develop out west. In particular, near Del Rio right now, we are dealing with at least some small hail and some gusty winds. But the severe part of this storm is in parts of rural eastern Val Verde County, western Edwards County, and western Kinney County. No tornadoes with this, but we could still see gusts of up to 60 miles per hour and perhaps even some quarter-sized hail. This line of storms is eventually going to make it to San Antonio. Here's what you need to know. Let's take a look at the headlines. Basically, that line of storms out west will be severe at times, so what we'll be watching for is large hail, damaging gusts, and tornadoes. That's from now to 2 a.m. west of San Antonio. By 2 a.m., those storms will weaken and arrive to San Antonio. So while you're sleeping, we'll have to watch as they arrive for some small hail and perhaps some street flooding, but they'll weaken in intensity by the time they get to San Antonio. And then for the morning commute tomorrow, we'll still have some lingering showers, maybe a rumble of thunder, so a damp morning commute expected. Coming up in the forecast, we're going to talk about how after the showers, after the storms, you may actually want the jackets in the morning. There's a lot to cover. I'll have the latest in-depth radar analysis of this approaching storm system coming up in just a bit.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. I mean, it's hard to believe some of the size of some of these hailstones. That gentleman right there with 3 or 4 looks like baseballs in his hand, but those are definitely hailstones. We've seen photos out of Barksdale and other parts of the western counties, west of San Antonio, if you will. And it's not too late for you to get in your photos. If you've safely snapped some photos from earlier in the evening, we'd love to see them on KSAT Connect. Or you can also, as always, go to KSAT.com or the free KSAT Plus or the Weather Authority app.
Hard to believe that fell from the sky tonight. We also want to make sure that you have the KSAT 12 Weather Authority app. Scan the QR code here. It's an easy way to download it for free. This is an easy way to get the latest weather warnings and alerts about the weather that is happening now, straight from our Weather Authority team. All right, now let's get to our crews out there on the ground in the areas hit by these storms.
Meteorologist Shelby Ebertowski, she was storm chasing for us earlier in the evening, and she's joining us now from Leakey, where some people have seen some of that serious hail damage. Shelby.
Yeah, Ernie and Myra, we are in Leakey currently. We started watching the storm out in Del Rio really move through, and we started getting behind the storm so we wouldn't have to deal with the tornadic activity associated with it. And once we got to Camp Wood, we started seeing a lot more of this. This is that hail, and this is some of the smaller stuff, still core size and still about 2.5 inches. Few hours later, out in areas of Camp Wood, we had reports of 3 inches of hail. We even spoke to one local about how he's having to deal with the fact of the car damage on his car when he was trying to leave work.
Making sure everybody's okay is my biggest concern. Safety of all of the community and surrounding area, of course. But just want to make sure everybody's safe, and we're just going to keep checking the rain. I want to make sure there's no flooding and all that.
And that's the message that everyone here in Lakey is continuing to do. When we were in Camp Wood meeting him, everyone was coming up asking if their neighbors were okay. And then we drove over to Lakey, where we were hearing reports that the damage was bad. And even here you can tell at this gas station, we are seeing a field of hail. And with this field of hail, you can actually feel the cooler air because of this ice pack here in Lakey. But not only that, we also have been seeing reports from the neighbors about how just to the south in Concan, they're getting reports of power being down because of the hail. As of now, we have not heard any reports of any tornado activity in the area. And now everyone's just left to pick up the pieces from the hail and knowing that there's still more chances of rain coming tonight, especially as that next initial band moves through. But for now, we are in Lakey. We will continue to keep you updated, especially with this hail threat still on the ground, plus the more storms to come coming up later on. Reporting now from Lakey, meteorologist Shelby Ebertowski, KSAT 12 News.
And again, that's not gravel there behind Shelby. That is remarkable there to see all of that hail. Shelby, thank you very much.
Yeah, and the fog.
Hail fog.
Sarah Spivey was mentioning just all the ice there on the ground creating that effect out there. Shelby, thank you so much for your reporting. You guys stay safe. Safe travels as you head back our way as well.
Okay. All right. Well, people here in San Antonio haven't felt the storm system so far, of course, but you might have seen it in the distance. A light show some people saw across San Antonio from the northeast side and the north side in the Canyon Springs neighborhood. That's pretty impressive.
It was quite the show. As Sarah Spivey mentioned, she is watching the potential for any storms later tonight in San Antonio. We'll get an update from her in just a bit. But first, we do want to get to some other top stories that we are covering tonight.
All right. And with that, it has happened again. Another person was hit tonight by a car while trying to cross Southeast Military Drive. So information on what happened from the San Antonio Fire and Police Departments is still limited, but we do know that person was taken to a hospital with possibly serious injuries. Now, this specific stretch of Southeast Military Drive between Old Corpus Christi Road and South Presa Street is one that we've reported on heavily before. Just last fall, 2 people, including a pregnant woman, were hit and killed. Our last story was on that very crosswalk where tonight's crash appeared to have happened. The city upgraded the lights here to help alleviate safety concerns, and we are working to figure out what will come next after this latest crash and the condition of that woman tonight. This is a story that we will continue to follow through on.
The Bexar County Sheriff's Office says a home where 2 people died in an apparent murder-suicide had been visited by deputies several times before.
So they found the bodies of 37-year-old Jennifer Rodriguez and 39-year-old Marcus James Sunday night inside that home on Sunset Bend. That's not far from I-10 and Foster Road. So this is a mugshot of James from a 2017 arrest in Bexar County. The charge in this case was later dismissed. Investigators say it appears James shot Rodriguez and then turned the gun on himself. BCSO says records show 4 previous calls to that home just within the last year for complaints including threats and verbal disturbances. But he says James was not involved in any of those incidents. One neighbor told us that she never noticed any trouble.
Really, from what I see, we all just stick to ourselves. I can't really say, oh, well, this neighbor would know about that one because I don't really see them talking to nobody.
Sheriff's investigators are still trying to figure out what led to these deadly shootings.
It's happening in almost every district and every school. We're talking about teachers getting hurt by students. Coming up tonight on the Night Beat, KSAT Investigates speaks with a group of retired teachers about what they think the solution could be.
Well, it is happening in every district and every school. Students are hurting teachers and other school staff.
2 years ago, Northside ISD's Alfred Jimenez died after being pushed by a student with intellectual disabilities. Tonight, our Daniela Ibarra sits down with retired teachers to talk about this issue and solutions to improve everyone's safety.
Jesusita Rios. I'm a retired educator of 38 years.
My name's Oralia Lara Vargas. I'm also a retired educator, and I worked in the field of special education.
I'm David Costello. I'm a retired educator of 34 years.
By a show of hands, how many of you have been hurt by a student on the job?
I have gotten hurt, but not seriously hurt.
I've been scratched. I've been pushed, but I've never been seriously injured.
I mean, this is a topic that a lot of people don't feel comfortable talking about. Why did you guys want to talk about this?
I feel there's a need to really have conversations about this.
Especially when this one situation came up, and there's been so many other issues of aggressive behavior.
Because one of the things is you really need the support, especially when you're in the classroom.
But I don't think there's enough solutions that are being made.
And I don't think enough emphasis is being placed on behavior intervention, on getting to know the child himself.
Behavior is defined as a form of communication. A child acts out, or a child doesn't know how to tell somebody they're upset or they're not learning. Well, the only other way they do it is through their own behavior.
And that could be physical.
Yes, it can be physical, it can be verbal, it can be harming themselves or harming somebody else in the process.
Is there a solution to keep teachers and educators who work in the classroom safe?
It has to be training of behavior. If we can spend as much time on disability awareness or fill in the blank awareness and behavior intervention, I truly believe that the curriculum will just come.
Is there something that the district or the state should be doing to help people in the classroom?
Training is a definite yes, but it has to be open.
And I think the other thing is funding is something that we really have to look at the state level.
We want to continue this conversation with teachers, school staff, and families. So if you've been hurt in the classroom, we want to hear your story. You can share it with us by scanning that QR code on your screen. I'm Daniela Ibarra with KSAT Investigates.
All right, let's get you outside now to live cam as we monitor the weather situation here in San Antonio. It looks relatively calm here right now, but we know, Myra, that certainly has not been the case elsewhere tonight.
No, not at all. Let's go back out live to meteorologist Shelby Ebertowski out in the Lakey area. Shelby, I mentioned this earlier, hail fog. This is not something I had heard of until tonight, so explain to us how that happens.
Yeah, so Myra and Ernie, in order to get hail fog, you need a dense and a good amount of hail. And basically what hail fog is because hail is so cold, when it hits the ground, it actually allows the ground to condensate because the ground itself is so warm. And so that's what hail fog is. And not only that, when you get a blanket of hail on the ground, it actually can affect your temperature because you get that ice pack. So here in Lakey, at times, it actually feels a little cool where I do need this jacket. But we are still not only worrying about that hail, but also once we get our temperatures to warm up, the hail is then going to melt, and this is going to be on areas that already got that thunderstorm earlier, and we're still seeing a bit of the puddles on the road and especially in the parking lot. But once the hail starts to melt, we'll see more puddles on top of seeing yet another chance of storms moving through portions of south central Texas, already starting out to the west along the border. And as that moves through, it might melt some of it, but there is still going to be enough humidity, and we'll continue to keep you posted on the hail. But residents are seeing the hail, they're taking tons of pictures, and we appreciate them. But we do have more chances of storms coming in tonight. And so I'm going to toss it back to Sarah Spivey to give an update on the Futurecast and the timing of the storm, Sarah.
Thanks, Shelby. Yeah, glad you're out there, glad you're safe. The good news is, I think big hail, like what we saw earlier, baseball to grapefruit-sized hail, that threat is way down. If we do see any hail from this approaching line of storms, it would be more so along the order of quarter to maybe $half-sized hail. Still damaging, but important to note that the biggest hail threat is over with for the evening. Take a look at your screen here. We've got some ongoing storms in Rock Springs. It's in northern Edwards County right now near Rock Springs that we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:15. This area could see up to quarter-sized hail, maybe 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you're in Rock Springs, you need to be indoors, away from windows. And again, no giant hail expected in our forecast for the rest of the evening. That being said, you can see that the line of storms is regenerating itself out west nearer to Del Rio. This is the line of storms that is going to weaken quite a bit before it makes it to San Antonio. It's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So as we put an ETA on this additional line of storms will be near the Uvalde area by about midnight. It'll be near Hondo by about 1:30, and it'll be near San Antonio by about 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, the upper line of this storm system nearer to Rock Springs, that's going to move a little bit quicker near Kerrville by about midnight 12:30, near Bernie by about 1 o'clock, and potentially near the New Braunfels area by about 2 o'clock. We have to watch this Bode segment here of the storm to see, again, the severe warned storm. That's where we would see any kind of severe weather, and we'll continue to keep you posted. What I want to do here is I want to show you the Futurecast, just to reiterate. Again, we're going to start to see these storms make it towards San Antonio by about midnight, a little after midnight. Some storminess should start. Notice how much weaker the storms will be. We're really not going to be looking at a major severe weather threat around San Antonio, but even by the morning commute, we'll still have some showers out there. So I expect a damp morning commute, and then things will quickly clear by 8, 9, 10 o'clock. Yes, there could be 1 or 2 isolated showers in the afternoon tomorrow, but really a cold front is going to move through, and that cold front is going to make it windy and a lot chillier. So just to take a look at the setup across the nation, it's all because of this big upper level low here, creating storms from the border all the way up to Chicago. Again, when that low moves out of here, our rain chance is going to go with it. So a couple of headlines for you as we quickly wrap up this situation. Here's what you need to know. Tonight from about now to 2 a.m., severe storms are possible west of San Antonio. We'll be watching for large hail, damaging wind gusts. I do think that the tornado threat is very, very low at the moment. From 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., those storms will weaken and arrive to San Antonio. We still have to watch for some small hail, some thunder, some lightning, but likely not going to be seeing much of a severe weather threat by the time those storms make it to San Antonio. And then from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., you can expect a damp morning commute in the Alamo City. Here's a concise look at tomorrow's forecast. Waking up in the 60s, it'll be a little rainy at the time, and then in the afternoon, 79 for a high, maybe an isolated shower or storm, but pretty much all of our rain will be in the morning hours tomorrow. And then it gets very windy. We're talking about wind gusts of up to 35 to 40 miles per hour tomorrow night. Not associated with rain, but behind that front. And that front is going to set up a very interesting forecast for us. Take a look at your screen. This is a look at the extended forecast. So by Thursday morning, we're going to wake up at 45. You're going to want the jacket on Thursday morning. You're going to want the jacket on Friday morning as well in the 40s, and we'll only be in the 70s Thursday and Friday. The weekend is going to be warm. We may even get up to 90 degrees on Sunday. And then we get another front, and that front is going to make it chilly to start next week in the low 40s in the morning on Monday and Tuesday with highs in the 60s. So talk about wacky weather. If you do get nervous and anxious about storms, I want to reassure you, we're going to be following these storms overnight. Make sure you have the KSAT Weather Authority app, or just go to ksat.com. We'll be live streaming coverage of the storms. Again, you can count on us to keep you safe and informed. We'll be right back.
Spurs eyeing the season sweep of the Celtics. They're two of the hottest teams in the NBA in 2026, going head-to-head inside Frost Bank Center, and a heck of a battle early. Now tied in the second frame when former Spur Derek White pump fakes and drives for the layup and the lead. Later, Stefan Castle, he kicks it to Victor Wembanyama for the sure triple. The Spurs down 3 at that point. Game was tied at the half, and Celtics star Jaylen Brown got himself ejected in the first half, and Wemby makes him pay with a 3-ball. Fourth quarter, you gotta love the Spurs passing. Devin Vassell goes inside to Wembanyama, and Wemby turns for the dunk. And the Spurs go on to win 125-116 to improve to 48-17. Wembanyama finished with a floor-high 39 points. White had 34. Also, Dylan Harper's brother, Ron Harper Jr., put on a show with 22 points. Making his debut tonight with some minutes in garbage time was Mason Plumlee, and we caught up with the new Spurs center before the game. Take a listen.
All right, welcome to San Antonio, Mason. How does it feel to go through a full game day ritual for the first time for you in quite some time?
Feels great, healthy and ready to go.
All right, so you said you sought out the Spurs in your free agency. Can you tell me why?
Just a high level of respect for how they've operated as long as I've been in the league and way before that. So a talented team. I just believed in what they were doing.
And you've been around Victor Wembanyama. What are your impressions of the young center?
Yeah, well, I would say just mature beyond his third year in the league, and he's playing at a really high level right now.
And where do you see the ceiling being for this Spurs team? Does it seem like things could get any better than they are right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's always growth, room for improvement, but like I said, the group is playing really well right now, and it's exciting.
And what do you bring to all of the depth that the Spurs have at center to help bolster the front court?
Yeah, I just think somebody who's ready to compete, and I'm ball friendly. I can guard multiple positions, and I'm hungry.
You're in year 13. What are you trying to accomplish at this point in your career, Mason?
Well, I haven't been a part of a championship team, so that's a goal.
82 points. Mama, we feel your joy. The second highest scoring game in NBA history, second only to Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game.
Wow, Miami's Bam Adebayo passed Kobe Bryant for the second most points in a game in NBA history with 82 points tonight in the Heat's win versus the Wizards.
We wear 2-0 on our shirts. Like we believe in representing the city. Hey, 2-0 gonna win state. 2-0 gonna win state.
Well, it looks like Brennan will have a chance to do just that. The Bears are headed to the Class 6A D1 state championship after coming out on the winning end of an absolute thriller against Atascocita 63-61. The two programs went pound for pound, exchanging three-pointers down the stretch, but it was Brennan's Isaiah Ward who blocked an Atascocita 3 at the buzzer to seal the win. The Bears will play North Crowley at 5 p.m. on Saturday in the Alamo Dome. Meanwhile, Veterans Memorial's incredible run in the 5AD Tour Tournament comes to an end against Beaumont United. The Patriots and their season 29-10 overall. Now listen to what Brennan alum Kingston Fleming said about his alma mater before jetting off to the Big 12 tourney.
Any message to the Brennan Bears playing at Atascocita tonight?
They play at 7. Unfortunately, I can't make it because, we're leaving. But I'm for sure when we get down and touchdown Oklahoma City, I'm going to have that game on. Just do what they need to do. Coach Cody's going to have them right skill set, the right scout and everything like that. Atascocita is a great team. So, there's going to be a great game, and I hope they come out with the win. Get farther than I could ever go. So I'm for sure happy with that.
One win away. All right, after the break, NFL free agency chaos. blockbuster trade sending star pass rusher Max Crosby to the Baltimore Ravens is off. The report is that Crosby failed his physical, and the fallout from that reversal could have a ripple effect throughout the NFL. It was reported the Cowboys were interested in Crosby. However, later reports tonight indicate that the team moved on from him when they agreed to that deal yesterday with edge Rashad Gary. And former UTSA DB and Super Bowl winning cornerback Rick Woolen agreed to a one-year deal with the Eagles worth $15 million. 26-year-old Woolen was one of the best remaining free agents on the board, and now he leaves Seattle for Philly. We'll be right back.
Radar here, you can see that these storms have developed west of San Antonio through Rock Springs, Val Verde County. They are severe, capable of producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But here's the thing. By the time those storms make it to San Antonio, they're probably going to be a lot weaker. So when could the rain start? Well, for Bandera by about midnight, for North Bexar County close to about 1:30. For areas closer to Uvalde by about midnight 30, toward Divine by about 2 o'clock, and in San Antonio by about 2 o'clock in the morning. That's when these storms will be making it to the Alamo City. We'll be tracking them, but again, we do expect them to lose some intensity before they make it here. Make sure to have the KSAT Weather Authority app. Have a good night.
All right, guys, meteorologist Elliott Wilson here. Just kind of want to give you an update on where things are at with the storms out to the west. We've had a couple of warnings pop up along that line already. We did have one up in Edwards County, just to the northeast of the Rock Springs area. That has since expired, and here is where we're at right now. Obviously, some pretty heavy lightning in those storms, and we'll see more of that as they continue to move to the east. But we do have one warning right now. This is for the far western portions of Kendall County, and this goes until 11:15. This storm was warned for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we are going to zoom into that real quick so we can keep a track on it. That's the only storm we have that is severe right now. I'm going to take the lightning off of it. As you can see, some pretty good hail popping up inside of that storm, and the hail and the winds are what we'll be watching more of now as this line continues to move to the east, especially over our western counties. There are quite a few spots that still have been untouched, so there's still a lot of instability out there that can help kind of keep these storms fairly strong as they move to the east. So that's why we're going to be keeping a close eye on these storms through the overnight. But we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 11:15 for the western portions of Kendall County. You can see these storms moving off to the northeast, not moving very quickly, so they're able to soak up a lot of that instability that's still in the atmosphere out there. So these are going to keep tracking east and northeast as we go throughout the next few hours. That's the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now. Zooming out and taking a look across the board, things are still quiet across most of our viewing area. You can see a couple of small spotty showers popping up down to the southeast, and we'll see a few of those to the east of I-37 and south of I-10 as we go throughout the overnight. Some small spotty showers, nothing severe in that regard. The chance for stronger storms, of course, will be along this line as it tracks to the east. So here's a look at Futurecast as we go throughout the rest of the night. So you can kind of see as we get to the next few hours, still going to be seeing those storms out to the west, not getting closer to San Antonio until we get to about 2:30 in the morning. Those will be hanging around during the morning commute. As they get east of Bexar County, the storms will be significantly weaker, and I think by this point it'll mainly just be some small showers that are kind of hanging around our eastern counties during the morning hours, and then by about 10 o'clock everything should be moving out of our area. So that's what's going to be happening as we go throughout the night. I'm going to get that sidebar off the screen and clear this out real quick. So that's where we're at right now. We do have that line starting to push a little bit further eastward. This is going to be moving into the Lakey area, moving into Real County as we go throughout the next 20 minutes or so. Starting to see some of this move in over those counties just north of our viewing area. So I'll put a loop on this and kind of get an idea of the speed of the storms. You can ignore that polygon again because that storm is no longer warned, is now below severe limits. That storm that's in the far northeastern portion of Edwards County. You can kind of see they're trying to move a little bit further eastward and even southeastward. You'll kind of notice right here, they try to build a little bit southward because there's still a good amount of instability in the atmosphere in these areas. Now, we did have that one storm that moved very far, 200 miles, but that was the only storm that did that, which means that most of this area still is fairly unstable in the atmosphere. And speaking of that storm, I want to show you guys a loop of that because we had a lot of storm reports come off of that storm. So take a look at that. Started in Del Rio. It was before 6 o'clock, moving all the way up by the Fredericksburg area, and then it fizzled out. So this was hours ago, but that storm held together very nicely. This started at about even 4:30. We were watching that storm form near the Del Rio area, and then it just took off and was just super powerful. And that even brought up, like I said, quite a few storm reports. So I'm going to get that sidebar off. Clear this out first. All right, and then we're going to throw on those storm reports. So you can kind of see the trail that one storm left behind as it moved up towards the Fredericksburg area. Multiple storm reports. Of course, there was a confirmed tornado inside of that storm that was over just to the east of the Del Rio area in Kendall County. So we can take a look at that. So this was about 5:40 when that tornado touched down. It was a very brief touchdown. It was just to the east of Laughlin Air Force Base. and just a little bit north of Highway 90 there. So we did have one confirmed tornado from that storm that moved through there earlier. Going to take that sidebar off. And then we'll take a look at some of these other storm reports as well, because again, we had the tornado warning out there, the confirmed tornado, and then multiple hail reports. Take a look at this in the north side of Kendall County. We had about a quarter-size hail there, but then it just built up from there as you moved further to the east, especially near the Camp Wood area. 2-inch size hail there. And then near Montel, where that wind report was, 4.5-inch size hail. Very severe hail, and that can cause extensive damage, but we did get a confirmed report of that. I'm going to bring that up one more time. That was a 6:45. That was just a couple of miles, 2 miles south of Camp Wood when that storm was tracking through there. That's where that really large hail fell near that area, and then a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust on top of all of that. So this was a very powerful storm, and it definitely ended up packing a punch. And then as it moved further to the east near the Lakey area, I should say, we had 3-inch size hail out there. And a couple more storm reports we can kind of click and poke around in there. 4-inch size hail as well. And then on top of that, we had that hail report right here. That was just by Rio Frio. 3-inch size hail out there. And then as it moved closer to the Fredericksburg area, now towards Kendall County, that's where it ended up being a lot weaker and finally fizzling out. So that was quite the remarkable storm that we saw earlier today. But there's still quite a few areas out there that are pretty unstable. So we are going to be watching that as this line continues to move to the east. I'm going to take those storm reports off the screen real quick. So again, line of storms out there. We only have one warning right now. Got the severe warning for western Kinney County, and that goes until 11:15 this evening. That was warned for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's the only severe warning that we have right now. So I'm going to step off the screen real quick. We'll take a look at the National Weather Service chat to kind of see where things are at and see what the National Weather Service, if they have any new updates. Yeah, definitely some breezy conditions along this line. Got a 49-mile-an-hour wind gust recorded in northwest Gillespie County. Trying to see any other reports that have come through. Just kind of scrolling here. Yeah, in Edwards County, they were reporting some pretty strong wind gusts as well. And since the storm has formed into a line, we got a line of storms now instead of the isolated setup that we had earlier, especially when that one strong storm moved out of Del Rio. Everything's now in a line, which means winds are going to be a bigger factor, because as these storms form into a line and they start moving in a certain direction, in this case going to be moving eastward, they are able to become wind-producing storms much more efficiently. So that's what we're going to be watching for as we head throughout the rest of the night. So as it moves eastward, the wind threat will start to go up a little bit more, but we're still going to be watching for the hail threat too. I don't think the hail threat will be as high as these storms start to move a little bit eastward, especially as they get to the San Antonio area. By the time they get to I-35 and I-10, these storms are going to be much, much weaker. We may still see a little bit of lightning, but the severe limit's going to be much, much lower, and it's mainly just going to be wet and messy for the commute by the time these showers and storms get to the Bexar County area. So that's kind of what's going on right now. Again, one warning, West Kinney County goes until 11:15. So we'll keep you guys updated as we go throughout the rest of the night, but I did want to jump on and give you an update to where we're at right now, and we'll be keeping an eye on this as we go throughout the next several hours. All right, everyone, meteorologist Elliott Wilson here. Just wanted to jump on real quick and give everybody an update to the storms tracking through our area. Right now, we do have one severe thunderstorm warning, and that is up in Gillespie County right now. This is near the Fredericksburg area. This is a storm that's been tracking through Gillespie County for the past 10 minutes, about 10 to 15 minutes or so. This storm's been moving pretty quickly, and it's one of a couple of severe storms that are warned up in the central Texas viewing area. But we did get the tail end of it here near the Fredericksburg area. Some pretty gusty winds with the storm as it continues to move eastward. It was warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. So winds are going to be the main thing we watch now as we go throughout the rest of the night with this line of storms. But again, severe weather or severe thunderstorm warning for Gillespie County that goes until 12:45 this morning. That's the only warned storm that we have right now. Things are mostly quiet, but off to the northwest, we got that line of showers and storms that's slowly tracking towards our area. You can see these storms are taking mainly a northeastward motion, but that cold front is really trying to push them to the east. That's why it's taken them a while to move eastward to San Antonio. We still have a couple of hours before they move closer to the Bexar County area. There are a couple of storms that we are keeping an eye on right now. We have one decent little storm near the Lakey area, and even in the northwestern portions of Uvalde County. Got a little bit of hail that's been popping up in that storm, and I can show you the little hail tracker right here. You can see a little bit of hail has been popping up. Nothing severe, but probably seeing some pocket change size hail, very sub-severe hail in some of these storms as they move eastward over the northern portions of Kinney County, tracking into the far northern portions of Uvalde County. So those are the storms we're keeping a closer eye on than the rest of them. You can even see to the southeast of Camp Wood some small sub-severe size hail popping up in the storm. You can kind of see some shades of purple. That's what that means. A little bit of hail popping up inside of the storm, but again, below severe limits. But some pretty heavy rain inside of these storms as well. Taking a look at the lightning too, you can see that even over the past few hours, and I can put a lip on this real quick. Over the past couple of hours since we were in the Night Beat show, you can see the lightning has really started to come down in a lot of these storms, especially on the south side of this line. Now, closer to the Fredericksburg area, of course, those storms have maintained their strength, and that's because off to the northeast, there's a little bit more instability, not to mention the low pressure system responsible for this line of storms is further off to the north and northeast. So that's why those areas are seeing some stronger storms than we are. Now, we do have a little bit of instability left over in some of our western counties, stretching from Uvalde County to Medina County, even down into portions of Zavala County, down to the LaSalle County area, and even Dimmitt County. These areas still have a little bit of instability, but the good news is these storms are moving eastward slowly. Like I said, they are taking more of a northeastward track along that cold front. And I can actually draw where that cold front is. Just go right along here. So that line is basically where the cold front is. You can see those storms are trying to kind of ride along the cold front where a lot of that instability is going to be taking place. So that's why those storms are taking more of a northeastward track. But we do still have a little bit of instability in some of our western counties out here. So that's why we're keeping a close eye on these storms as they move through these western counties. But the good news is these storms are moving more northeastward. They're not moving eastward as fast, which means these storms won't have a lot of time to soak up the instability in these areas, because as you move further into the night, instability goes down, which is good news for us. Now, we'll still have this line of showers and storms tracked to San Antonio over the next few hours, but the chances of them getting severe during that time are very low, especially by the time they get to Bexar County in the San Antonio area. Very low risk for severe weather at that point. You may hear some thunder and see some lightning, but nothing to worry about in that regard. And speaking of which, I'll pull up the latest model run that we have. Obviously, we get lots of new data as we go throughout the next few hours, and looks like we have no data popping up there. I'm not sure what's going on in that regard. Let me try that again. Might be a little bit of a glitch in the system here. Let me try that again. Okay, so Futurecast not popping up quite yet, but I will pull up the rain chances. We'll just do that instead. So Again, going throughout the night, rain chances are at their peak right now because of those showers and storms out to the west. But as we get closer to sunrise, you can see that rain chance really starts to drop off. That's because a cold front will be transitioning from around Bexar County to east of Bexar County during this time frame. That's why the rain chances really start to drop down as we get closer to about 9 to 10 o'clock in the morning. By that point, most of this should be not just out of San Antonio, but our entire viewing area. So I'm talking about Guadalupe and Gonzales counties. Even you guys shouldn't be seeing much activity during that time, around 9 to 10 o'clock. And then things will be quiet as we go throughout the afternoon. Can't rule out a stray shower, but overall things are going to be on the dying trend with those showers and storms going through late morning into the afternoon. So that's kind of the setup that we have as we head throughout the overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So I'll go back to the radar real quick. But as I mentioned, we'll keep a close eye on these throughout the rest of the night. They'll be slowly moving eastward while taking kind of this northeastward track. You can kind of see, I'll pull on another loop real quick. So we'll go the past 3 hours or so. Let me zoom out a little bit more. So you can kind of see these storms. While the motion of them is to kind of go northeastward, you can see the line itself taking more of a pure eastward track. So that's what we're going to be seeing as we head throughout the overnight. So it'll take a couple of hours before it gets closer to Bexar County, and then longer than that to get to our eastern county. So that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on right now. Do want to show you guys some storm reports before I hop off here. Just want to update you real quick on everything that's been going on. Because some of you did not see earlier, we had one storm go from Del Rio all the way to the Kerrville area. That's about 200 miles. And this storm dropped a tornado, and it also dropped grapefruit-sized hail. So let's see if we can get that to play out. So this was during the 4 o'clock hour this afternoon, and then once we got to, I think this was about 8 or 8:30, you can see how far it travels and all the damage it caused in its wake. Multiple storm reports we got from that storm alone. In fact, most of the storm reports that we've had this evening are from this storm alone. You can see it taking that track all the way to Kerrville, and just near the Fredericksburg area by 9 o'clock, it really fizzles out. So it ended at 9 o'clock, that storm, and then it began right at about 4:30 is when it started to form. So almost 6 hours that storm lasted. So that was a powerful storm. And I also want to show you guys the storm reports that we had gotten from this evening. So here's a look at that. And again, all these storm reports, that line of storm reports came from that one storm. So here's the look at where that tornado touched down, because we did get a confirmed tornado in the western portions of Kinney County. And this was near Laughlin Air Force Base, and then just to the north of US 90. That's right where that tornado briefly touched down, but shows you how powerful that storm was. And again, that's not the only report that we got. We also got a hail report. This one was quarter size, but during its time near the Camp Wood area, this is where we saw some very large hail reports. 2-inch size hail near Camp Wood at 6:40. Here's the big one right here, 2 miles south of Camp Wood. 4.5 inches in size. That is grapefruit size hail. That is some of the largest hail you can see kind of on our scale of measurement, if you will. We go up to grapefruit size. In history, there have been times where it goes slightly above that, but usually on that scale, grapefruit is kind of where it tops off. That's the largest size hail we have on that scale. So very damaging hail out in that area. And our Shelby Ebertowski was out there, and she even had what is called hail fog, where you have the situation where there's so much hail on the ground, it starts to evaporate, and it creates fog. And that's exactly what happened out there. Not to mention, on top of that, a big wind report, 66-mile-an-hour wind gust. That was 4 miles north of the Montel area at about 6:45. So this storm packed a punch. And then there were a few more storm reports up near Los Maples, then towards the Lakey area, 3-inch size hail. And we also had another report of 3-inch size hail near the Lakey area. So it just goes on like that. Very powerful storm, fizzled out at about 9 o'clock. That was without a doubt our most powerful storm this evening. So wanted to show you guys that. Let me get back to the radar. I can close out these storm reports for you. Take one last look at the radar, then we'll probably hop off here until, of course, another warning happens. But at that point, our chances for seeing another warning pretty slim, especially with how slow these storms are moving, and not to mention these areas out to the west. I'll kind of draw a circle just to make it easier. These areas still have a little bit of instability, but by the time these storms get to these areas, by the time these storms move into this circle, if you will, the instability is going to be much, much lower because these storms are moving eastward in such a slow rate of speed. But that's good news. But of course, we'll keep a close eye on it just in case. But as you go throughout the next few hours, severe threat is going to keep winding down. So this area here, a little bit of instability left, but that'll keep going down over the next couple of hours. And by the time these storms get to our western county, stretching, from Konkin all the way down to Persall and even the Cotulla area, by the time the storms are in those areas, the chances for them being severe are very low. So that is some great news in that regard. So here's a look at the radar one last time. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning in the eastern portions of Gillespie County. That goes until 12:45. That's about to be out of Gillespie County, starting to move into some of those counties east of our viewing area. But east of Fredericksburg is where that storm is right now. Move the box off the screen. And then the only other storm I'm keeping an eye on right now is a storm moving through Real County. Seen some pretty heavy rain in there. You can even turn on some of the hail trackers as well. Still seeing a little bit of hail popping up inside of that storm, but the good news is it's sub-severe, but you may hear a little bit of hail if you are in the Lakey area or near the Lost Maples area. So just be aware of that. Not a severe storm, but it may be a little bit noisy, if you will. So that's Real County. Then everything over here, just your basic scattered showers and non-severe storms over the Kinney County area and in the northwestern portions of Uvalde County, looking down to Maverick County, just a couple of spotty storms over the northern portions. Those aren't severe. So that's kind of where we're at. So we're going to keep the radar up and we'll jump back on if needed. But luckily, things are going to be sub-severe, more than likely, as we head throughout the rest of the night. So that is some good news in that regard. Like I said, we'll keep the radar up and we'll jump back on if anything else happens.